Top Gun Maverick from the cockpit of a fighter jet.
Thank you so much for this award. I think these films for you. I love you. I love entertaining you.
Before buzzing away, he plugged his upcoming Mission Impossible sequel.
Let's see the movie.
All of last night's speeches were pre-taped so actors wouldn't have to cross writers' picket lines. This is CBS News.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their powerful hiring platform helps you track, interview, and hire candidates all in one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 866-88-BIBLE. That's 866-88-BIBLE. 866-88-BIBLE.
Finally, some competition for Mario.
We were gone for quite a while.
Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 earned $114 million in domestic ticket sales in its opening weekend. Globally, it made closer to $300 million, even though it still hasn't opened up in China yet.
Seriously, dude? No.
Guardians officially bumps the Super Mario Bros. Movie to second place. The animated flick made another $18 million. The other debut at the weekend box office?
Are you there, God? It's me, Margaret.
That made just over $3 million. Monica Ricks, CBS News.
There's a new phrase for that prompt you get when you pay for something and you've had absolutely no interaction with a human. Emotional blackmail. The Wall Street Journal says it's when consumers are hit with automated cues for tips. Labor advocates say it's a sneaky way for employers to put the onus on consumers instead of raising wages themselves. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Research shows that successful ad campaigns generate customers. Radio is the only local media option that is developing. Radio reaches your potential customers closely upon purchase. It provides local consumer interactions with emotional connections that build trust and credibility for your business. Radio is unskippable and quick. We get your message out in 24 to 48 hours, and radio is very important. That's why radio consistently gives you the highest return on investment, and it's also why it should always be your base media buy. Research also confirms that marketing campaigns generate even higher returns. That's why Hughes offers
Well, no guess.
solutions to enhance your base radio buy. At Hughes, we're your one-stop shop to deliver a coordinated radio and digital campaign that will get your business results. Hi, I'm Sonia Thompson, and it's my job to get your business results on News Radio 1440. To learn more about how to get started, go to newsradio1440.com and click on Grow Your Business.
Hey, it's Evan Bass. I started a new men's health show. We talk about ED, low T, and take your questions. It's called Get Your Man On, and we deep dive into everything related to guests. Listen every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on News Radio 1440.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more cyber zen. For a limited time only, get our special offer at nordvpn.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
He's the voice of the conservative millennial.
Ben Shapiro.
The Ben Shapiro Show, tonight at 8 p.m. on News Radio 1440. Depend on it. Your WSFA First Alert Weather Forecast on News Radio 1440.
This report is sponsored by Window World River Region.
Increase home value and decrease energy bills with windows, siding, doors, and more from your locally owned Window World. All products made in the USA with convenient financing options and the industry's strongest lifetime limited warranty. Search Window World River Region today.
It's a warm and muggy start this morning with a couple of random light showers, but not much expected through the morning hours today. It will be mostly cloudy. Temperatures starting in the upper 60s. We'll warm up today into the mid 80s, mostly cloudy, about a 30% chance of showers and storms. Hot and humid for the rest of the week. Upper 80s tomorrow, upper 80s to near 90 really each day, with chance, not a high chance, but a chance of a few showers and storms each afternoon.
That's your first alert forecast. I'm meteorologist Tyler Seabury for News Radio 1440.
Montgomery Skywatch traffic brought to you by Sons Automotive, family owned, family driven on News Radio 1440.
Good morning, Montgomery. Right now, things are looking good. Nothing's being reported by the authorities that would send you on an alternate route. We checked with the surrounding counties. They're clear as well. Interstate systems moving into the Tri-County area from Clanton, Albany, Greenville. No problems on 231 south out of Wetumpka, north out of Troy. You keep listening, we'll keep you posted. No money down and your good credit gets you anything on the lot at Reinhardt Used Car Supercenter. Trucks, cars, SUVs, and more at Reinhardt Used Car Supercenter on the East Boulevard. Buckle up, it's the law. For Montgomery Skywatch traffic, this is Major Delay.
Good morning, I'm Bethany Davis in the WSFA 12 newsroom. Police in Texas are releasing new details about the man who killed 8 people and injured 7 more at a shopping mall. They say the shooter, 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia, was wearing a tactical vest armed with an assault-style rifle and handgun, had more weapons and ammunition in his car. He had several social media accounts and seemed to be drawn to neo-Nazi and white supremacist content online. He was shot and killed by police. In Montgomery, the police department is investigating a homicide after the death of a 16-year-old. They say that person was found about 8:30 last night on Hale Street. If you have information, call Crime Stoppers at 215-STOP. And we're learning more this morning about the changing healthcare industry and what that might look like over the next several months. The Alabama Hospital Association says a number of hospitals and facilities in the state are in dire financial shape and may have to become part of larger systems. And rural hospitals may become critical access hospitals. I'm Bethany Davis. That's the news for this Monday.
When your business information is missing or inconsistent across the internet, search engines won't find you, and customers won't either. Help ensure customers see you and not your competitors. Boost your findability. Cumulusboost.com. Cumulus boost.com.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage.
Oh, Lordy.
And I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. That Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Tara, quote, "My doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pot. Navage uses suction power, so it's foolproof. There are nights when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such a relief. It's become a lifesaver," unquote. She's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Trustworthy, consistent, reliable, the best at what they do. This is what customers are saying about Janney King, the king of clean. From office buildings to schools, healthcare facilities, and stadiums, our local franchise owners provide the same quality clean at every level. Let us put our 35 years of experience to work for you. Go to JannyKingCleans.com now. That's JANIKING Cleans.com.
Janney King, the king of clean.
Franchise opportunities also available at JannyKingCleans.com.
If your to-do list requires work on the land, come see us at Sun South. We listen to your needs so you get the right equipment and the right implements at a price you can afford. And during our spring sales event at Sun South, you can save even more with store-wide specials and financing as low as 0% on select John Deere models. So you can get the to-do list done faster, more efficiently, and more affordable. For your equipment needs, come see us at Sun South. Equipment for those that
Offers expire May 30, 2023. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Join Sean Hannity Sundays at 3 p.m. for the Encore Show.
Chinese, the Russians don't fear Joe Biden.
On News Radio 1440. Sometimes you need to reset, refocus on your day. The moment where you take a deep breath and change the focus from the problem to the problem solver. This is Decisions with Kevin Elkins.
And good morning, Montgomery, Alabama. It is time to rise and shine. For once again, one more time, you're on top of the ground, and the ground's not on top of you. Good morning to you. I'm Kevin Elkins, and this is News Radio 1440. It is time for our daily bread, a word from on high that will change your perspective, or at least give you a new one. Either way, it's good for the soul. Good morning. It is May the 8th, believe it or not, 2023 AD. Today's daily bread is simply entitled Truth Seekers. Our scripture insight today comes from Luke 1:1 through 4. Luke 1:3 says, having carefully investigated everything from the beginning, I too decided to write an orderly account for you. Govern yourselves accordingly. And again, it is May the 8th. It is a day, like all the other days of the past, that has never been. It is also a day that once it's gone, it shall never, ever come again. It is a once-in-a-lifetime deal. And once it's gone, you don't get a do-over. You don't get it back. You don't get to summon it from the past. You don't get to come back and do all the things that you should have done that you don't. And you don't get a chance to come back and undo the things that you do. So whatever it is that you do with this day, May the 8th, make sure that if tomorrow should be, you'll be proud of what you have done on this day. If you have lived a while, and I tell you every day because it's true, if you've been around a while, you've seen, you've heard many, many yesterdays. And if we are blessed and given the mercy and patience of God, we may, I'm not sure, we may see some tomorrows. But if tomorrow should never be, then today is the first day of the rest of our lives. What do we do with them? I don't know about you, but I'm trying to do a little bit better today than I did yesterday. Benjamin Elijah May said, whatever we do in life, we should do it so well, no man living, no man dead, and no man yet to be born can do it any better. And I say, if that is the standard by which you live life, you shall always be successful. Oh, you'll fail at a thing or two, we all do. But you will never be a failure until you quit. We say give out if you must, rest if you can, but you never, ever give up. Give out, but don't give up, because quitters don't win. And while winners may fail at a thing or two, we all do, they don't quit. So don't you. So keep moving forward. Martin Luther King said, if you cannot run, walk. And if you cannot walk, crawl. But whatever you do, keep moving forward. Jimmy Valvano said in 1993 at an ESPY award speech, and I remember this as clearly as today, every day you should laugh, you should cry, and you should think. And if you do all that in one day, you've had one of the most interesting days of life. Good morning to you, truth seekers. That's our daily bread for this day, May the 8th. And it is a great day to be alive.
Welcome to today's edition of Our Daily Bread.
I'm Sheridan Boise, and I've titled today's reading, Truth Seekers. A woman once told me about a disagreement that was tearing her church apart. What's the disagreement about? I asked. Whether the earth is flat, she said. A few months later, news broke of a Christian man who'd burst into a restaurant armed to rescue children supposedly being abused in its back room. There was no back room, and the man was arrested. In both cases, the people involved were acting on conspiracy theories they'd read on the internet. Believers in Jesus are called to be good citizens, and good citizens don't spread misinformation. In Luke's day, numerous stories circulated about Jesus. Some of them were inaccurate. Instead of passing on everything he heard, Luke essentially became an investigative journalist, talking to eyewitnesses, researching everything from the beginning, and writing his findings into a gospel that contains names, quotes, and historical facts based on people with first-hand knowledge, not unverified claims. We can do the same. Since false information can split churches and put lives at risk, checking facts is an act of loving our neighbor. When a sensational story comes our way, we can verify its claims with qualified, accountable experts being truth seekers, not error spreaders. Such an act brings credibility to the gospel. After all, we worship the one who is full of truth. Today's scripture reading is from Luke chapter 1, verses 1 to 4. Many have undertaken to draw up an account of the things that have been fulfilled among us, just as they were handed down to us by those who from the first were eyewitnesses and servants of the word. With this in mind, since I myself have carefully investigated everything from the beginning, I too decided to write an orderly account for you, most excellent Theophilus, so that you may know the certainty of the things you have been taught. Let's pray together. Lord, it seems like every week some new claim comes through our inboxes and social media feeds, claiming secret knowledge over something in the news. Oh, Holy Spirit, would you guide us into all truth? Would you give us insight so we can spot falsehood? Would you give us restraint so we don't pass these kinds of things on? Lord, would you make us truth seekers, not error spreaders? We ask this for Jesus' sake, for the strength of your church, for the credibility of the gospel, and for the well-being of the world. In Jesus' name, amen. Thanks for listening today. I'm Sheridan Boise, and today's encouragement was brought to you by Our Daily Bread Ministries.
Okay, it's PT time. Well, let's get it on. Rough and tough, airborne, every day we run to the sun. No sweat, not yet. Down in the mess hall on my knee. Down in the mess hall on my knee. We got nothing to eat but a can of beans. Nothing to eat but a can of beans. The bread was moldy and the meat was bad. It was moldy. Should have been here early. You know darn well that you can't eat that. You know darn well that you can't eat that. Here we go. Here we go. All the way. All the way. Gotta be. Gotta be. Rough and tough air, boom, all the way. When I was young, always wanted to be in the 82nd Airborne, needs a breeze. Now that I'm here, I'm gonna do it right. Jump from an aircraft while in flight. All the way airborne, airborne, all the way driving on, driving on. All the way airborne, airborne, all the way driving on, driving on. Oh yeah. In the drizzling rain, well, I picked up my parachute and boarded the plane. Jump master said 1 minute to go. Green light leave with a chilling blow. All the way. Time to rise and shine, people. Time to get up. Let's go to work. All the way airborne, airborne, all the way driving on, driving on. Here we go. Here we go. Way. All the way. Gotta be rough and tough. Airborne. All right, let's get ready to run that mile. Somebody get the sergeant major and the first sergeant out of them. They're not retired yet. Okay, let's go to work. Here we go. All the way. Here we go. All the way. Every day. Put my name on the dotted line. Put my name on the dotted line. And all I do is double time. All I do is double time. Up the hill. Down the hill. Up the hill. Down the hill. Oh, airborne. C-130 rolling down the strip. C-130 rolling down the strip. Airborne daddy gonna take a little trip. Airborne daddy gonna take a little trip. Oh yeah. Stand up, hook up, shuffle to the door. Stand up, hook up, shuffle to the door. And jump right out and count to 4. Jump right out. Oh yeah. And count to 4. My main don't open wide. Yes, my main don't open wide. I got a reserve by my side. I got a reserve by my side. And if that one should fail me too, if that one should fail me through, look out below, cause I'm coming through. Look out below, I'm coming through. Hey, every day. Hey, all the way. Hey, every day. Hey, every day. My man is old drop zone. If I die on old drop zone, box me up and send me home. Box me up and send me home. Pin my wings up on my chest. Pin my wings up on my chest. If I ever win, I did my best. Tell my girl I did my best. Hey, every day. Hey, all the way. Woo! Are we done yet? Oh, okay. All right then. Woo! I forgot it was Monday. I don't have all my energy yet. But I got it going on. We're moving. We keep moving. And now let's pay homage to all of our armed forces of the United States of America. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, and Space Force. Unless the Democrats have done away with the military overnight. I don't know. Anyway, good morning to you. Also, let's give a little props to our local heroes around here. Montgomery Police Department, Daryl Albert and the crew, Sheriff Derek Cunningham and his crew, Aaliyah, Alabama Law Enforcement Agency. We just call them state troopers. I don't know what fool came up with that name. Also, Montgomery Sanitation Department. Pay homage to Maxwell and Gunner Air Force Base. After all, this is an Air Force town. We call those our top guns out there. That's right, because they fly the little silver airplanes and everything like that. I haven't got a ride in one of them yet, but that's okay. Maybe one of these days. Okay, but anybody sees a 141 on base out there, let me know so I can come take a picture of my favorite airplane, the C-141 and the C-5A. Yeah, I love the C-5A too. Yeah, because I never knew they had an upstairs, because when you're private, only thing you see is the floor. Now I found out they had an upstairs 30 years later. Okay then, let you know where I was on a pecking order. Oh, and let's not forget our maintenance department. Yeah. Did I get the fire department in there? Let's not forget those guys. I may need them one of these days. Did I get the sanitation department out this month? Okay, I forget. Okay, good. I'm just checking. Good morning, guys. Although they don't listen to me anyway, but I thought I'd just give them a little props there anyway, you know. Because they are up working early before I am. And I get it kind of early. Oh, and, oh yeah. You know about the cheese running away? I'll tell you about that later on. I found it. Yeah, it had suitcase and everything. I stopped them though. Made some French toast out of them. I mean some grilled cheese out of them. Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Air Force, and United States Marine Corps. I think that's a pretty good job representing them all. Oh, yeah, don't forget Alabama National Guard, Air Guard, and Army Guard. Outstanding job, fellas. Outstanding job. Whew. All right, I got to take a break. We'll come back with our audio thing for the day. And since this month is the end of the school year, I'm gonna let you listen to my good friend Dr. Rick Rigsby this morning because he has a lot to say. Advice of a third grade dropout. We'll be back.
USFA First Alert Weather Forecast on News Radio 1440.
Sponsored by Discover. Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome at the end of your first year. They automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you've earned, doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubled. Seriously though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
It's a warm and muggy start this morning with a couple of random light showers, but not much expected through the morning hours today. It will be mostly cloudy. Temperatures starting in the upper 60s. We'll warm up today into the mid 80s, mostly cloudy, about a 30% chance of showers and storms. Hot and humid for the rest of the week. Upper 80s tomorrow, upper 80s to near 90 really each day with a chance, not a high chance, but a chance of a few showers and storms each afternoon.
That's your first alert forecast. I'm meteorologist Tyler Seabury for News Radio 1440.
Montgomery Skywatch traffic brought to you by Sons Automotive. Family owned, family driven on News Radio 1440.
Good morning, Montgomery. Right now, things are looking good. Nothing's being reported by the authorities that would send you on an alternate route. We checked with the surrounding counties. They're clear as well. Interstate systems moving into the Tri-County area from Clanton, Auburn, and Greenville. No problems on 231 south out of Wetumpka, north out of Troy. You keep listening, we'll keep you posted. No money down and your good credit gets you anything on the lot at Reinhardt Used Car Supercenter. Trucks, cars, SUVs, and more at Reinhardt Used Car Supercenter on the East Boulevard. Buckle up, it's the law. For Montgomery Skywatch traffic, this is Major Delay.
How often do you hear of LeBron James being sidelined for a rookie? That's exactly what just happened with the most successful team in Counter-Strike this week. Esports team Astralis decided to send star player Zipax down to their minor league team to make space for rookie player Altex for the foreseeable future. While the team has had a poor performance recently, Zipax has won 4 championships with Astralis, so this move is surprising. Do you hope to see him return? The latest
Who cares? Who cares?
In business, everything your employees do impacts your brand, including what they wear. Cintas has high-performance workplace apparel for almost every job imaginable. From work shirts and pants, polos and khakis, Oxfords or t-shirts, these clothes move, breathe, and look great. Your team gets the styles they like, you convey the image you want. And Cintas service includes weekly laundry and delivery. To learn more, visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Ever wonder why your business doesn't show up on online search maps, but your competitors do? It's hundreds of things. Things that Cumulus Boost can identify and fix. And that's how we boost your findability. Cumulusboost.com. CUMULUS Boost.com.
The thought of my sons growing up without me inspired me to quit smoking.
I talked to my doctors, and then I threw away all my cigarettes, ashtrays, and lighters.
I started exercising instead of smoking.
Getting support from friends online kept me on track.
Staying away from alcohol when I was first quitting was key.
Instead of smoking after I ate, I'd get up
the
and take a
hand
walk.
of a
A
man?
cigarette in my hand.
Not
So
really.
I hold a pen or a straw.
My hands are little bitty hands.
Until I knew I wouldn't give in to temptation, I spent more time with my friends who didn't smoke.
Hey, everybody can't have big hands.
I didn't stay quit the very first time I tried.
Not really.
I kept on trying, and I learned something each time.
Yeah, I got small
Do
feet.
whatever it takes.
No matter how many times it takes.
My son's feet are bigger than mine. Both of them.
We did it, so can you.
You can quit. For free help, call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CDC.
Hi, I'm Queen Latifah. My mom is stronger than anyone I've ever known. Growing up when life got hard, her strength helped pull us through. Even after her heart failure diagnosis, she remained stronger than ever.
My family's support keeps me strong. Together, we're rising above heart failure.
Heart failure doesn't have to steal your strength. For simple steps you can take to help prevent, improve, or manage heart failure, go to riseabovehf.org.
For most of Alabama, it's more abundant from late spring to early.
Well, good morning, everybody. Well, I have an interesting day today. Other things to talk about. I'm moving to California. Oh, yeah, they're giving $200 million out there for reparations. So I'm going to have to leave y'all alone and go to California. You know what I'm saying? I mean, listen, $200, I'd move to Africa. $200 million, I'd move to Africa. But I'm not leaving yet. I got to see them start passing out the checks.
And fast
Yeah,
on the draw.
then I'll
With
leave.
Mark Levin this afternoon at 5 p.m. on News Radio 1440.
Okay, listen, I've been thinking about moving to California since they're paying reparations, you know, but I'm gonna wait till they start passing out the checks before I go, because no sense packing all that stuff up and I get out there and you know, then they change their mind. So when I see the first check passed out, yeah, I'm going. I'm leaving Alabama and I'm going to California and get that. I think I heard some guy yesterday in front of their legislature said they wanted $200 million a piece. Okay, now listen, guys, I don't want to be greedy. I'll just take $1 million. You know, give me $1 million. I go out there and pick it up and then stay there like 6 months and come on back to Alabama, where my money go a lot further than theirs is going. I'm just saying, you might want to think about that too. But I'll keep you abreast of what's going on in the reparations thing out there. Because yeah, I'm for $200 million. Hell, I live any place. We'll be back after this. Advice of a third grade teacher.
Invested in by this great faculty. You won't ever receive the kind of knowledge that you've received during your time here. But I wish that you would couple that knowledge with something else. Wisdom. Wisdom from a mother. Wisdom from a father, a grandmother, a grandfather, an uncle.
Now, this is for all the new graduates this year.
That combination will keep you centered regardless of.
Because you had not finished anything. Life just began. Now you got bills.
Combination will cause you to make an impact, to grow your influence. It was John Maxwell who said leadership is influence, nothing more, nothing less. Your ability to influence people within the sphere of your periphery will determine the impact that you make. Well, Cal Maritime graduates make an impact. They make an impact all over the world. Making an impact. It's not about making a nice impression. It's about making an impact. It's about doing your best. I learned how to make an impact from the wisest person I ever met in my life. A third grade dropout. Wisest and dropout in the same sentence is rather oxymoronic. Like jumbo shrimp. Like fun run. Ain't nothing fun about it. Like Microsoft Works. Y'all don't hear me. I used to say like country music, but I've lived in Texas so long, I love country music now. I hunt, I fish, I have cowboy boots and cowboy. Y'all, I'm a black neck redneck. Do you hear what I'm saying to you? No longer oxymoronic for me to say country music. And it's not oxymoronic for me to say third grade and dropout. That third grade dropout, the wisest person I ever met in my life, who taught me to combine knowledge and wisdom to make an impact, was my father. My daddy grew up in the piney woods of East Texas, a little town called Huntsville, Texas. After World War II was over, my father decided to be the only one in his family to migrate west. And in the 1950s, he found his way to the San Francisco Bay Area. Fell in love with a forklift driver. My mother was a bad mamma jamma, let me tell you right now, baby. Didn't need a man, he was just there. My mother was a forklift driver over at the Benicia Arsenal, where she would provide the services to support the war efforts during World War II. In the 50s, my mother and father get married, and they migrate to this area. My father gets a job as a cook, a simple cook. Wisest man I ever met in my life. just a simple cook at some school called California Maritime Academy. Oh, come on with your come on. You have no idea how thrilled I am to be here. This is so emotional. This may be my favorite speech of all time because y'all are my family. I can't wait to take a picture with you. I grew up on this campus. I was born and reared here, lived at 1141 Louisiana Street, Vallejo, California, 94590. My daddy used to work in something called the galley, the mess hall. Now it's the dining center. And it's a nice one. My father, wisest man I ever met in my life, left school in the 3rd grade to help out on the family farm, but just because he left school doesn't mean his education stopped. Mark Twain once said, "I've never allowed my schooling to get in the way of my education." My father taught himself how to read, taught himself how to write, decided in the midst of Jim Crowism, as America was breathing the last gasp of the Civil War, my father decided he was going to stand and be a man. Not a black man, not a brown man, not a white man, but a man. He literally challenged himself to be the best that he could all the days of his life. I want to share something with you. The wisest man I ever met in my life never made it past the 3rd grade, impacted tremendously me and my brother. Growing up right here in Vallejo, this was our family. This academy was our backyard. Going on that training ship and getting lost, sneaking into the pool, going to all the different places for nearly 30 years. This was home. And I want to tell you, I know what it takes to get where you are. And I need you to listen to me very carefully. I have 4 degrees. My brother is a judge. We're not the smartest ones in our family. It's a 3rd grade dropout daddy. A 3rd grade dropout daddy who was quoting Michelangelo when he was a cook at Cal Maritime, saying to us, "Boys, I won't have a problem if you aim high and miss, but I'm going to have a real issue if you aim low and hit." A country mother quoting Henry Ford, saying, "If you think you can or if you think you can't, you're right." You see, it takes knowledge and wisdom combined to grow your influence so that you'll make an impact. You'll be a shipmate that others can count on. I learned that from a 3rd grade drop. Simple lessons. Lessons like these. Son, don't judge people. Son, I've worked at Cal Maritime. You know, I've been all over the world. I've seen good and bad in every shade. Don't judge people. The tendency of a person is to walk away from somebody that's different from them. You stay there and you get to know them. Never judge. Then he dropped Jonathan Swift on me, who said vision is the ability to see the invisible. Don't judge. Another lesson from this 3rd grade dropout. Son, you'd rather be an hour early than a minute late. We never knew what time it was at my house because the clocks were always ahead. We were on Cal Maritime. Come on, somebody. Watch this. My father had the breakfast and lunch shift here at the academy. He had to be at work at 5 o'clock. We lived on Louisiana Street, 15 minutes away. My mother said for nearly 30 years, my father left the house at 3:45 in the morning. One day she asked him, "Why, Daddy?" He said, "Maybe one of my boys will catch me in the act of excellence." I want to share 2 things with you. Aristotle said, "You are what you repeatedly do." Therefore, excellence ought to be a habit, not an act. Don't ever forget that. The other thing I want to share with you is Harvard Business Review, September 2004. The article is titled Deep Smarts. Here's the thesis. Lecturing, what our universities are based upon, is the worst kind of teaching method, usually. Present company excluded. That if you want to get the intended message across, model the behavior. My daddy, a 3rd grade dropout, a cook, was modeling excellence for his boys, combining academic knowledge and old school wisdom. That's what makes an impact. An impact is you go all over the world. You're not interested in making a nice impression. You want to make an impact. Lesson number 3, be kind to people. He always told us kind deeds are never lost. I get to do a lot of NFL chapels. You see some amazing things with those National Football League players. You see guys that can bench press 200, 300 pounds 20 times. You see folks that are huge that can run like a deer. You see folks from a flat-footed position jump 40 inches, 40-inch vertical leap. I even saw a white guy do it once. But the point... You know what stops me in my tracks? When I see one of those rich folks show kindness. It literally stops the world. George Washington Carver said, when common people do common things in uncommon ways, they command the attention of the world. I just described your grandmother. I know you're tough. I know you're seaworthy, but always remember to be kind. Always. Don't ever forget that. Never embarrass mama. Yeah. If mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. If daddy ain't happy, don't nobody care. But, you know, I'm trying to tell you. Next lesson. Lesson from a cook over there in the galley. Son, make sure your servant's towel is bigger than your ego. I want to remind you, cadets, of something as you graduate. Ego is the anesthesia that deadens the pain of stupidity. Y'all might have a relative in mind you want to send that to. Let me say it again. Ego is the anesthesia that deadens the pain of stupidity. Pride is the burden of a foolish person. You'll never be a great shipmate. You'll never be a great executive. You'll never be a great teammate if it's all about you. You'll never be a great supervisor or council person if it's all about you. You'll never be a great staff member if it's all about you. Rather, make sure that servant's towel is always big. On President Cropper's bookshelf, in his bookshelf, he has every book from Plato's Republic to Lessons in Leadership by Coach Wooden. John Wooden coached basketball at UCLA for a living, but his calling was to impact people. And with all those national championships, guess what he was found doing in the middle of the week? Going into the cupboard, grabbing a broom, and sweeping his own gym floor. You want to make an impact? Find your broom. Every day of your life, you find your broom. You grow your influence that way. That way you're attracting people so that you can impact them. Final lesson. Son, if you're going to do a job,
do it right.
Do it right. I don't have to tell you all that, Cal Maritime, and I know grammatically that's not correct. It ought to be do it well, but I like that old school ghetto kind of do it the right way. I'm thinking about a little boy in Los Angeles. All he wants to do is play Little League Baseball. His mother can't even afford to buy him a glove. And he eventually plays Little League, and he's really good. And he's so good he gets a scholarship to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And he's so good he gets drafted by the San Diego Padres. And he's so good he helps the St. Louis Cardinals win a World Series. And 12 years ago, when Ozzie Smith walked into the Hall of Fame, he said during his induction speech, and in part I quote word for word, he said, I've always been told how average I can be. Always been criticized about being average. But I want to tell you something. I stand here before you, before all of these people, not listening to those words, but telling myself every single day to shoot for the stars, to be the best that I can be. Good enough isn't good enough if it can be better. And better isn't good enough if it can be best. That's the California Maritime way. Good enough isn't good enough if it can be better. Better isn't good enough if it can be best. Let me close with a very personal story that I think will bring all this into focus. Wisdom will come to you in the unlikeliest of sources, a lot of times through failure. When you hit rock bottom, remember this. While you're struggling, rock bottom can also be a great foundation on which to build and on which to grow. I'm not worried that you'll be successful. I'm worried that you won't fail from time to time.
Time to time.
Person that gets up off the canvas and keeps growing, that's the person that will continue to grow their influence. Back in the 70s, to help me make this point, let me introduce you to someone. I met the finest woman I'd ever met in my life. Back in my day, we'd have called her a brick house.
She's brick.
I was going to that great academic institution in the north, Chico State. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about. Probably studying really hard. Let me just put it to you like this. I haven't always been a preacher, if you understand what I'm saying. This woman was the finest woman I'd ever seen in my life. There's just one little problem. Back then, ladies didn't like big old linemen. The Blind Side hadn't come out yet. they like quarterbacks and running backs. Any former quarterbacks or running backs here, raise your hands. Why, a couple of you? Punks. Anyway, so we're at this dance, and I find out her name is Trina Williams from Lompoc, California. And we were all dancing, and we're just excited. And I decided in the middle of dancing with her that I would ask her for a phone number. Trina was the first one. Trina was the only woman in college who gave me her real telephone number. The next day, we walked to Baskin & Robbins ice cream parlor. My friends couldn't believe it. This has been 40 years ago, and my friends still can't believe it. We go on a second date, and a third date, and a fourth date. We drive from Chico to Vallejo so that she can meet my parents. My father meets her. My daddy, my hero, he meets her, pulls me to the side and says, "Is she psycho?" But anyway, we go together for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. By now, Trina's a senior in college. I'm still a freshman, but I'm working some things out. I'm so glad I graduated in 4 terms. Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan. So now it's time to propose. So I talked to her girlfriends, and it's California. It's in the 70s, so it has to be outside. Have to have a candle, and have to have, some chocolate. Listen, I'm from the hood. I had a bottle of Boone's Farm wine. That's what I had. She said yes. That was the key. I married the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen in my. Y'all ever been to a wedding, and even before the wedding starts, you hear this? How in the world? And it was coming from my side of the family. We get married, we have a few children, our lives are great. One day, Trina finds a lump in her left breast. Breast cancer. 6 years after that diagnosis, me and my 2 little boys walked up to Mommy's casket. And for 2 years, my heart didn't beat. If it wasn't for my faith in God, I wouldn't be standing here today. If it wasn't for those 2 little boys, there'd have been no reason for which to go on. I was completely lost. That was rock bottom. You know what sustained me? The wisdom of a 3rd grade dropout. The wisdom of a simple cook from California Maritime Academy. We're at the casket in College Station, Texas. I'd never seen my dad cry. Big, strong man. There are several alumni that remember Riggs that are here. We've been sharing stories all weekend. But this time I saw my dad cry. That was his daughter. Trina was his daughter, not his daughter-in-law. And I'm right behind my father, about to see her for the last time on this earth. And my father shared 3 words with me that changed my life right there at the casket. It would be the last lesson he would ever teach me. He said, "Son, just stand." President Crawford, Captain Bolton, Rear Admiral DeQuatro, I don't think there's anything more profound that I can share with these cadets than these words. You keep standing. You keep standing, no matter how rough the sea, you keep standing. And I'm not talking about just water. You keep standing. No matter what, you don't give up. I learned that lesson from a 3rd grade dropout who was a cook at Cal Maritime, who said, "Boy, you keep standing, no matter what." I stood, and a miracle took place. A couple of years later, my heart started to beat again. I'm talking in a group about like this when all of a sudden I spot the finest woman I've ever met in my life again. First thing Janet did after we got married was she adopted those little boys, fulfilling Trina's last wish that her babies not go through life without a mommy. And then we decided to do something really bright. We thought 16, 17 years ago, and that was have more children. It's worked out lovely. And I'm honored to tell you that we had more boys. I have 4 boys from 34 years old all the way down to my daddy's youngest grandson, who's here with me this weekend, Joshua Rigsby, sitting on the front row right there. I close with this, and this will make the point more salient than any of my previous words. Let me take you back to 2 days before Trina died. No hair because of chemotherapy, cadets. A tummy pooched out because of a liver no longer working. She weighed about 75 pounds. I'm in the kitchen so I can keep an eye on her in the family room. She's surrounded by pillows. Our then youngest son, Andrew, walks up with a shirt that he wants mommy to fold. And this is what I hear from Trina. Andrew, Mama, not always gonna be there to help you. She was saying goodbye. And I was so moved, I waited for Andrew to leave and I walked over and I sat next to her on the couch. And as clearly as I'm talking to you today, these were some of her last words to me. She looked me in the eye and she said, "It doesn't matter to me any longer how long I live. What matters to me most is how I live." Cadets, I've come here with honor, with bells on, to ask y'all one question. A question that I was asked all my life by a 3rd grade dropout. How you living? How you living? Every day ask yourself that question, how you living? Here's what a cook in the dining center would suggest you to live this way. That you would not judge, that you would show up early, that you'd be kind, that you make sure that that servant's towel is huge and used, that if you're going to do something, you do it the right way. That cook would tell you this, that it's never wrong to do the right thing, that how you do anything is how you do everything. And in that way, you will grow your influence to make an impact. In that way, you will honor all those who have gone before you, who have invested in you, from teachers to grandparents to mom and dad. And when you combine that academic knowledge with that wisdom, oh my goodness, you will change the world. So to the class of 2017, it is with great honor that I say all your life, look in those unlikeliest places for wisdom. Enhance your life every day by seeking that wisdom and asking yourself every night, how am I living? May God richly bless y'all.
How are you living? I think that's pretty much what we all have to ask ourselves every day. How are we living? Good morning. That is called Advice of a 3rd grade Teacher. That is Dr. Rick Rigsby, who did that at Cal Maritime some years ago. But the wisdom and the information that he put out is relevant today as it ever was. We live in a world today where people don't value too many things. What was used to be wrong is now considered right. We're turning our world upside down. We're taking our children and making them things that they're not, and trying to undo the things that God gave them. So I don't know. It is. But the advice of a 3rd grade teacher, his name is Rick Rigsby. If you want, and he's done some other things too. So if you guys want to go on YouTube or someplace like that, you can find him. There is a website called Motiversity. It's a YouTube presentation. It's called Motiversity, which is supposed to be motivational things, and that's where I got this from. So it's an interesting. Got to play at least once or twice a year, because sometimes we forget. Sometimes we forget where we came from and how we're going to get there. Sometimes it's just stuff. We're so busy trying to survive that we forget how to survive. Anyway, advice of a 3rd grade teacher. I normally play that once a year for the graduates who graduate school, and for some reason they think they just finished something. Wrong. You just became in the category of grown people, and you're gonna get. There's a friend that you don't know you got, but he's coming. He'll be there soon. Name's Bill, and Bill is with you no matter where you go. Even if you're outside, you got Bill. Bill is coming with you. Okay, I mean, that's part of the growing up thing. So everybody gets a friend named Bill when they get out of school. Okay, the problem is who's going to keep Bill company. Chances are you or you be sleeping outside. And again, if I could ever give young folks one thing, don't get so caught up in the product that you forget the process, because there is no getting away from the process. There's just no way. You can try to skip it, but it's kind of like making an apple pie and putting everything in there but the apples. Well, that's not necessarily going to work out well. I'm just telling you. So anyway, for all the graduates of 2023, remember, at the end of anything, it is the beginning of everything. We'll be back in a few minutes with more to talk about. Don't forget our lessons of life and please and happiness day. I just thought I thought it was important to play that. We'll be back.
To become part of larger and more hospitals, maybe some critical access hospitals. I'm Bethany Davis. That's news for this Monday.
WLWI-AM, the home of the Ben Shapiro Show, and heard on 95.1 HD3 FM, Montgomery, the Cumulus Media Station. This is the CBS World News Roundup, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We're learning more about the gunman who shot 8 people to death at an outlet mall near Dallas over the weekend before he was shot and killed by police. Correspondent Omar Villafranca is in Allen.
Two sources tell CBS News that the shooter had a patch on his clothing that said RWDS, and they believe that stands for Right-Wing Death Squad, associated with extremists and right-wing neo-Nazi groups. But investigators also say that they're trying to see if he may have been associated with the cartel or prison gangs.
Police in Brownsville, Texas are investigating a motive after a driver ran a red light and plowed his SUV into a crowd of people outside a migrant shelter, killing 8.
Horrific. It was terrible. People were running to help them. The bodies were all over the place.
The suspect has been charged with reckless driving. He's in police custody at a local hospital while the investigation continues. You may have some money coming to you soon if you're jilted at the airport. CBS's Cammie McCormick explains.
The Biden administration is working on new regulations that will expand the rights of airline passengers. That includes airlines compensating passengers for those stranded for reasons within the airline's control. Meals and hotel expenses would be covered, tickets refunded, and frequent flyer miles awarded.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting U.S. health officials are trying to come up with a tracking system to prevent another baby formula shortage like last year's. They're expected to vote next month on adding infections from Cronobacter bacteria to the list of notifiable diseases. Cronobacter has been tied to last year's illnesses that made it impossible for a lot of parents to find formula. In the UK, a massive concert to celebrate King Charles' coronation.
Lionel Richie and Katy Perry among the headliners performing before 20,000 spectators bopping away on the grounds of Windsor Castle, with several dozen royals and dignitaries watching, smiling from the royal box. Prince William made a short speech praising his father and saying Charles's late mother, Queen Elizabeth, would be proud.
Vicky Barker, CBS News, London.
The Oakland A's broadcaster Glenn Kuiper is apologizing for saying something that sounded like a racial slur while he was describing a trip to the Negro League's baseball museum during a pregame segment.
I said something didn't come out quite the way I wanted it to, and I just wanted to apologize if it sounded different than I meant it to be said.
Kuiper's been suspended pending the results of a review of the incident. S&P futures up 8. This is CBS News.
Find your next great hire with Indeed. Their hiring platform makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. Very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 866-88-BIBLE. That's 866-88-BIBLE. 866-88-BIBLE.
Last night's MTV Awards were hostless and pre-taped as the writers' strike continued.
Actor Jennifer Coolidge spoke of the strike while winning for Comedic Genius.
As a proud member of SAG, I stand here before you tonight, side by side with my sisters and brothers from the WGA that are fighting right now, fighting for the rights of artists everywhere.
MTV filled the show with dozens of old clips, like an all-star performance of Lady Marmalade from more than 20 years ago. Matt Piper, CBS News.
1970s pitching sensation Vida Blue is gone.
Teams would market and promote the days that Vida pitched in their ballparks, knowing everyone wanted to see him.
John Shea writes for the San Francisco Chronicle. Vida Blue became baseball's hottest player, throwing an unhittable fastball. He led the A's to 3 straight World Series. Vida Blue was 73 years old. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
One search engine is used by 9 out of 10 consumers. Hint, the name begins with a G. And there are hundreds of things that go into being ranked highly by that engine. Your website, your business profile, even your social accounts. A couple of slip-ups and you find yourself on page 7. But at Cumulus Boost, we have the experts and resources to fix what's wrong and boost your phone.
So you got a new truck.
Rank higher than your competition. Get started today at cumulusboost.com.
Okay, so you got the MP3 player in there? Okay, yeah, so it probably plays MP. So you probably don't even need the CD. You just need to put it on a flash drive. Right, they don't come with CD players anymore. Yeah, that's true. No, you got to put it on a flash drive. Although you could download it to your phone, but what kind of phone you got?
We listen to your needs, so you get the right equipment.
Okay, Android little. Yeah, look and see. I'm on the air right now, so look and see if you have a thing. If you got a USB player on there. Have you seen one?
So you can get the to-do list done faster, more efficiently, and more affordably.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. What I got to do is I got to put all that stuff on a flash drive for you now. Okay. But I got to get. Let me. I'm on the air right now, so let me call you when I get off the air. All right.
Heating and air conditioning concerns. Bill Bradley will come fix your home. Call today and tune up your AC for only $74.95. Bill Bradley, your source for all things green, including available financing on HVAC.
Bill Bradley, won't you please fix my home?
Don't miss Sean Hannity.
Biden incoherently adheres
Live this afternoon at 2 p.m. on News Radio 1440.
And good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, now I know today we were supposed to have Commissioner Singleton along with the folks of the cooperative committee, whatever that thing is that runs this call, whatever it's called. Anyway, so they couldn't do it, so we're gonna try to get them next Monday. So that's once we get before we open up that thing, that's all we were talking about. So that won't happen today, but he did call me yesterday, so he just I knew about it. I just couldn't tell everybody until I got here. Anyway, first of all, let me do the lessons of life and the word of the day. Then we can go into other things. Because I thought the advice of a third grade teacher was a long one, so I didn't want to mess with it. Okay. Anyway, the word of the day. This is a word that this is the part of the show where I try to help you strengthen or elongate your vocabulary. Okay. So today's word of the day is Fulcrum. 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 The Fulcrum. What does that word mean? Well, it refers to the support on which a lever moves when it is used to lift something in a figurative way. Fulcrum refers to a person or thing that makes it possible for something to function or develop. Or in other words, one who plays an essential role in something. In other words, let me just, okay. It means the person that makes it all happen. Okay, that's what it means. That's what it means. Okay? The leader of sorts. Okay, fulcrum. So the next time you hear that word, Mr. Johnson, I know you're the fulcrum of our class and the fulcrum of the school. And you won't know what you're talking about. They're probably singing to the to the principal, don't they think you touched them out. But just tell them no. It means he is the man or she is the woman. Fulcrum. Fulcrum. That is the word of the day. Now, the lessons of life. Lessons of life. These are little tidbits I give you every morning, so you can understand that you're not in it all by yourself. But you also understand that if you don't have a test, you don't have a testimony. Okay, so you cannot tell me what it's like to run 2 miles in the Army unless you ran 2 miles in the Army. You can't tell me what it's like to be in the NBA if you've never been in the NBA. Okay, so you need to listen to these things. Because this is from people who've been where you're trying to go. Okay? Like my mother would say, "You're not where I am, but I've been where you are." Okay, that's right. I can that. Okay, I got you now. I feel you on that. Yeah. Anyway, this is a statement that has been attributed to John Wooden. John Wooden, for the folks, used to hit with UCLA when they won all of those national championships. However, what some of you don't know is John Wooden started in South Louisiana, my hometown. Yeah, I know you didn't know that. Yeah, he worked at a women's college. I'm just saying, you might know. But John Wooden, that's why I'm such a great leader. Because coming after the legacy of people like John Wooden, then how could I do better? How could I do any worse? Come on, how could I do any better? Okay, John Wooden. But John Wooden said, and if you get this, you're on your way to success. Things turn out best for people who make the best of the way things turn out. Okay? Nothing's going to always be wrapped up in a nice little package for you. It's not going to be on ready for you. No. Sometimes you have to take lemons and make lemonade. Okay? Don't put the lemons down, do something with them. Things turn out best for people who make the best of the way things turn out. John Wooden. Okay, I couldn't have said that no better myself. I couldn't have said it no better myself. I'll say it one more time. Things turn out best for people who make the best of the way things turn out. Okay, you remember that? It ain't what happens to you in life. Okay, no. It's how you react to it. Right? Moving along. It is May the 8th. It is the 128th day of this year. It was on this day, 1996, South Africa took another step toward apartheid to democracy by adopting a constitution that guaranteed equal rights for blacks and whites. Yeah, say that was 1429, the siege of New Orleans. received in New Orleans during the 100 Years' War ended as English troops withdrew after being defeated by French forces under Joan of Arc. In the year 1541, Spanish explorer Hernando de Soto reached the Mississippi River, and he saw that it was still water. 1794, Anton Lavoisier, that's one of those Spanish French names, the father of modern chemistry, was executed in the guillotine during France's reign of terror. Hey then. 1921, Sweden's parliament voted to abolish the death penalty. 1945, President Harry S. Truman announced on radio that the Nazi Germany's forces had surrendered and the flags of freedom fly all over Europe. 1958, that was the year of 1 year old, Vice President Richard Nixon was shoved, stoned, booed, and spat upon by anti-American protesters in Lima, Peru. Yeah, if we hit the President of the United States, we should have fought back. Anyway, that's just where we go. 1970, anti-war protests took out across the United States around the world. In New York, the workers broke up a demonstration on Wall Street. In 1973, militant American Indians who had held the South Dakota hamlet of Wounded Knee for 10 weeks surrendered. 1978, David R. Berkowitz pleaded guilty in Brooklyn courtroom to murder, attempted murder, and assault in connection with the Son of Sam shooting that claimed 6 lives and terrified New Yorkers. Berkowitz was sentenced to 6 consecutive life terms. The year was 1984. The Soviet Union announced it would boycott the upcoming Summer Olympic Games in Los Angeles, the city of angels. 1987, Gary Hart, dogged by questions about his personal life, including his relationship with Miami model Donna Rice, withdrew from the race for the Democratic presidential nomination. And in 2003, the Senate unanimously endorsed adding NATO 7 former communist nations: Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia. That sounds kind of right, doesn't it? Okay, 14 years ago, White House aide Louis Calderon resigned for his role in a 320,834 photo op flyover by an Air Force One jet above New York City that sparked panic and flashback to September 11th. 9 years ago, Syrian rebels leveled historic hotels being used as an army base in the northern city of Aleppo by detonating bomb-packed tunnels underneath it. 5 years ago, President John Trump withdrew the U.S. from the nuclear accord with Iran and restored harsh sanctions. Trump had been a severe critic of the deal negotiated by the Obama administration, in which Iran agreed to restrictions on its nuclear program. And those are some of the things that happened on this day. And let me keep going. Now, before we take any calls or anything like that, what national day is it today? Well, I'll tell you. Okay, it is Baby Massage Day. I don't know what that means, but that's the day it is. So I guess you give your child a massage on the back or something like that. I don't know. The day of Romas and Draw a Bird Day. That's right. On Draw a Bird Day, let's get ready to become artists and start drawing. Grand National Festival Race Card. Okay, let's all learn about horse racing. Okay, yeah, right. We had that the other day. Okay, what up? We got anything else? Okay, I don't see anything now. No. Oh. National Dog Fighting Awareness Day. I probably don't really have a problem with dog fighting anyway. Human beings fight. You ever notice this? You ever notice this? Seriously, you ever notice? We'll pay people millions of dollars for human beings to get in a ring and fight the hell out of one another. But if somebody put their dog in a ring, we want to put them in jail. What? Okay, National Zoo Lovers Day, just in case you haven't, Step into the Spotlight Day, Trading Cards for Grown Up Day, I don't know, World Pageant Day. Okay, that's about it for the day. If you're thinking about it, California's about ready to pass reparations, so I'll be moving. soon as they start passing out the checks, I'll be going over there to California to live. Yeah, until I get that check, then I'm coming back to Alabama where I can actually use the money. Yeah, because in 2 weeks, everybody who gets money on the reparations, they're gonna be broke anyway. So I'm just gonna come down here and pay off the house first, get a house, pay off the house, but then have a place to stay. I'm just saying that's what I'm gonna get. I don't know what you gonna do, but that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so I'm waiting for them. So if I'm not here in a couple of weeks, I'm in California with Gavin Newsom. Yeah, I'm out there. I'm in. Look on TV. You'll see me in line trying to get one of the checks. Yes, I will be. Anyway, we can talk about that later. We can talk about that later on. All right, then, let me see here now. Who's this? Yes, ma'am. Fine, fine. Mm. Mm. Right. All right, my dear. I feel your frustration there. I feel your frustration. When we come back to after this break, it is see this is my problem with the Democratic Party, and you're gonna okay. Alabama Democrat Vice Chair Eisner defends Representative Gavan's racist comments. Uh, she said the N word is a word that can be used between black people. Now, this is the vice chair of the Democratic Party, right? So it's okay for us to call each other the N word. Now, this is coming from a member, the vice chair of the Alabama Democratic Party. So and therein lies our biggest problem. So we don't have to, shall I say, respect one another because they're used to that. They used to us calling each other that. I almost said it. They used to it. And as long as we do that, and State Representative Gavan, she said something about you can always, she said something in front of it. If I can get it, if I can find the audio to this thing, I will. But I just, you know, how in the world, how in the world can we get any respect from anybody if one of our leaders is calling us the N word down there in the House of Representatives? And then I got a white woman who said, well, those Negroes can use that word because that's a word that Negroes use. Okay, all right then. So I guess they don't really expect us to respect one another. And buddy, anyway, I just, these are the things that are going on down. We got problems in America and Alabama, and we worried about people calling each other the N word. Okay, not Negro, that's the other word. Anyway, we'll be back right after this. This is where we can't get into. I mean, that woman ought to be thrown out of office. Well, I guess they don't prefer her. All right, it's all right if the Negroes call each other the N word, not Negro. The other word, the other word, the other N word. Oh well, and Gavan, come on, really, really, if a white guy got up in front of the House of Representatives and said the same thing she said, Yeah, he'd be booed out of business. Then again, maybe wouldn't be. We will be right back. Uno momento. So y'all just hang loose. These are the things that go on when we down there at the house, I guess. Anyway, we'll be back.
Weather forecast on News Radio 40.
Sponsored by Discover. Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome at the end of your first year. They automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you've earned, doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubled. Seriously though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
It's a warm and muggy start this morning with a couple of random light showers, but not much expected through the morning hours today. It will be mostly cloudy. Temperatures starting in the upper 60s. We'll warm up today into the mid 80s, mostly cloudy, about a 30% chance of storms, hot and humid for the rest of the week. Upper 80s tomorrow, upper 80s to near 90 really each day, with chance, not a high chance, but a chance of a few showers and storms each afternoon.
That's your first alert forecast. I'm meteorologist Tyler Seabury for News Radio 1440.
Montgomery Skywatch traffic brought to you by Sons Automotive, family owned, family driven on News Radio 1440.
Good morning, Montgomery. The good news continues. Still no major problems or accidents. Nothing's being reported that would send you on an alternative route. Looking at your traffic flow maps, no big slowdowns or backups. That's always good news. Keep listening. We'll keep you posted. Incredible savings are at Premier Place. Shop Keiko Fashion, Sally Beauty, Professional Nails and Spa, America's Best Contacts and Eyeglasses, and more. Premier Place in Prattville, another great McClinton and Company development. Buckle up, it's the law. For Montgomery Skywatch traffic, this is Major Delay.
Trustworthy, up to date, dependable. We are your news station. News Radio 1440.
Hey folks, this is Joe.
Me, Tracy Wool from American Ocean Moore.
This is a special invitation to our 29th anniversary sale.
For a limited time, everything in American Ocean Moore, inventory, catalogs, and special orders, 50% off the top tag price.
That's right, half off. Living room, dining room, bedroom, home office, and outdoor.
Interest-free financing available.
Hurry, sell in soon.
Mattress accessories and cozy excluded.
I've been saying for almost 30 years.
You don't pay to make money, so don't set up to make wood. Good morning, Alabama. How'd you sleep last night?
You can buy a mattress anywhere, but at Wolfboys Bedding, we want to make sure you get a good night's sleep. We would take the time to teach you how a mattress is made, what supports you, and what gives you comfort. Then let you make a decision on what's best for you. Whether you need an inexpensive mattress or a great night's sleep, we have you covered. Shop the Better Sleep sale and get up to $400 off on Dare to Sleep homegrown collection.
Don't count sheep, get a great night's sleep.
From Wolfboys Bedding next to American Oak Moore.
Hi, this is Tom Latham with Penny Earning Concrete Technologies. For years, you've heard me talking about our concrete projects, from stamped and patterned concrete to foundations to commercial manufacturing, driveways to commercial parking lots, even heavily invested in polished concrete for durable and inexpensive long-term service. What you may not know is we have equipment for clearing lots for construction, clearing and ridding land of scrub and underbrush. We cut roads, clear fence lines, clear pond dams, and pretty much any application where land is overgrown. We have mulchers that can grind underbrush into shreds and return it to nature for compost. Our equipment is minimally invasive, not disturbing and upturning your property where additional grading might be necessary. To clean or clear your property, call Penny Earned at 334-284-9292 and let us transform your overgrown property into a manageable and productive one. Check us out on Facebook at Transformers or call 334-284-9292.
How many miles have you driven past your scheduled auto service checkup? A few hundred or a few thousand? Call Chico's Auto Pros today to schedule a quick service at our Atlanta Highway location.
Trustworthy, consistent, reliable, the best at what they do. This is what customers are saying about Janny King, the king of clean. From office buildings to schools, healthcare facilities, and stadiums, our local franchise owners provide the same quality clean at every level. Let us put our 35 years of experience to work for you. Go to JannyKingCleans.com now. That's JANIKING Cleans.com. Janny King, the king of clean. Franchise opportunities also available at JannyKingCleans.com.
U.S. Supreme Court was established on the principles of fairness, dignity, and impartiality, but it's really a mess. I'm Leon Nathan, and I want to tell you about a new show I'm working on called 5 to 4.
9 justices that compose the Supreme Court are not the smartest people in the country.
No.
We are.
That's right. Every week, Peter, Rhiannon, and Michael are going to take on a legally dubious Supreme Court decision. Listen and subscribe to 5 to 4, free wherever you get your podcasts, from the Westwood One Podcast Network, where the conversation starts.
Telling it like it really is. It's the Dan Bongino Show, weekdays from 11 to 2 on News Radio 1440.
You know, I didn't think it was ever going to happen to Prattville, but it has happened. I thought Prattville was one of our cities that I could trust in. You know, to carry on the old traditional policies of leadership and places like that. Well, wait till you hear what I got to say for you. Anyway, let's go to the phone right quick. Good morning. Who's this? Good morning. Doing fine.
Sure, you love God. You can love God, you should love God. Graduate, drop out. Beautiful. Why? This is for all things. That was good enough, man.
All right there, Mr. Ed. Appreciate it. Good morning. Who's this? Yes. Yes. Doing fine. I didn't have a problem. I don't have a problem with it. Yeah. Well, I'll see what I can do, but in principle, I don't necessarily disagree with them. Well, yeah, there's always an exception to rule. Yeah. Hmm. Well, let me ask you something. Well, let me ask you that. Let's say you get somebody to fit. Yeah, well, up to you. Let's say you again. Let's say that you get somebody to help you. How do you know they put down what you told them? Okay. Hmm. 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 Right. I know there's more to this story than what you're telling me, and I'm gonna find out. I'm going to find out because I know there's more to the story than this. Right, right. And I think, and well, I'll see if I can find it. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, I'll see if I can find one. I'm good. I'm good. Mhm. Well, again, I'm okay. Well, no, I can answer, but I will. I call. I'll just send somebody a text a minute ago. So that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. No, it is because I listen. I just, they called. I just, what, okay, okay. Well, I don't know what more could show when a white woman says that, oh, they can call each other that. Well, well, I haven't been calling each other that. Okay. Mhm. All right. Yeah, I just sent out a text to one of my representatives, my Republican representatives. So hopefully I'll get them on. Appreciate it. Good morning. Who's this? Yes, LG. What's up? But yeah, again, I know there's more to the story than what we're getting. So I just sent one of my representatives a note, and maybe he'll call it explain it to it. But it sounds ominous without an explanation behind it. But I think if you're blind, you can't see. Then somebody will be able to help you. There's more to this than I know. I don't know. I think I'm right after the baby boom. I was 157. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. Well, that's true. Yeah, I heard that too. Yeah, yeah. And if you notice lately, I'm not blaming anything, but some of all these shooting stuff, and now they getting in. Now they getting in on the shooting people. Right. Oh yeah. Okay. Somebody just told me, yeah, I'm a baby boomer. 1946 to 1964. Okay. I'm right on the cusp of being a baby boomer. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I am. Yeah, yeah, we did. And you know what? We didn't have to change our pronouns. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. In other words, common sense has not. If you were born a male outside the United States, you still a male. So yeah, yeah. And I'm glad they think. I'm glad they stick into common sense and reason. So you need to keep your butt in California. If you confused about what you are, just stay in California. But I got to tell you, if they start passing out them reparation checks, I'm moving. Hey, I'm going to identify as being there all the time. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm going to identify as being in California my whole life. Good morning, 7:40 in the morning. Good morning, who's this? Good. Yeah, it's irrelevant. Their footprint. Just make the point to me. I don't want to go through all the. That's it. I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue. I don't know. I got here in 90. I got here in 91, and it's only been Republicans since 91. Oh, Siegelman. Siegelman was a Democrat. Siegelman was a Democrat. And I yeah, okay. Well, Siegelman was a Democrat, and okay, I think Riley was a Democrat. Riley was a Democrat too. He was right. He was right. Bentley. Hey! You better leave Bentley alone. That's my friend. Okay. He was a good governor. Yeah, I hear. You. Yeah. Yes. Oh, please give me a break on the water thing, brother. Bring your own water. Okay, bring your own water. That solves that. Okay, the voting booth, the voting place, but the voting place is not the place to come get water. Bring your own. Just make it different though. That's not the come hang out place. It's a place to come vote, fill your ballot out, put it in the machine, and keep moving. And, and, and bring your own water. Bring your own water. What's so hard about that? Bring a bottle of water. Okay, you're right. I hear you. I hear you. Okay. Listen, come on with a real issue here. That's not an issue. Okay. Wait a minute. After 100, I hear, after 139 years of Democrat rule, what did they do? All right, I got to run, bro. I got to go. You put me to sleep. Good morning. Who's this? Good morning. I think he's a traitor. What are you over there? What are you over there helping them, celebrating them for? Yeah. Whatever they're singing for the king, whatever they're singing for the king of England for. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. Hmm. Right. Mm. Yeah, I thought when the Voting Rights Act and when they all came through Montgomery, Herbert Belafonte and those guys were at St. Jude. Yeah. Hmm. Mm. Mm. Hmm. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah. But to say that only black folks can use that word, like we're the ignorant people in the world. Yeah. Who? Oh, what's the with the one with all the kids? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Yeah, they did. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. All right. Appreciate it. It's 7:46 in the morning. We got to be there about 8 o'clock. You got about 15, 14 minutes to go. 14 minutes in order to get there. We'll be back.
Sponsored by Discover. Discover credit card is something pretty awesome at the end of your first year. They automatically double all the cash back you earn. That's right. Everything you earn double the cash back for trips, restaurants, all double. Here's the go. New terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/now. If you love your money start this morning with a couple of rain or light showers, expected for the morning hours. Upper 80s to 90 really each day. Chance, not a high chance, but a chance.
Montgomery Skywatch Traffic, brought to you by Sunny's Auto, family owned, family driven, on News Radio 1440. Enjoy safer, and more private internet data. Cyber City. For a limited time only, for our special offer at NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Be more cyber safe. Take advantage of our special offer now at NordVPN.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day. Enjoy cleaner, safer, more private internet data. Be more cyber safe. For a limited time only, get our special offer at NordVPN.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers and protect your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at NordVPN.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Summer's here. Temperatures are soaring, and unfortunately, so is the risk of developing skin cancer. The sun's harmful ultraviolet rays can damage your skin. So when you're out in this summer, make sure to wear your protective clothing and repeatedly reapply sunscreen.
This is State Health Officer Dr. Scott Harris. For information, visit the website www.alabama.
The thought of my sons growing up without me inspired me to quit. I took to my teachers, and then I did away from the cigarette, ashtray, and lighters. Stay away from alcohol when I was first quitting this. I kept on trying, one something each time. Do whatever it takes, no matter how many times it takes. We did it. Except for you.
With free help. This is from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and CDC. Telling you like it really is. It's the Dan Bongino Show.
And we are back. Our numbers are 860-1440. You can text me at 241-9998, area code 234. If you don't want to be heard on the radio waves, you know, also like to listen to something like that. Good morning on there. Good morning. Mm-hmm. 139. Oh Lord. Now we go. Now we going with that. Well, you know, yeah. Wait a minute. I want to go on by today. I don't know what happened 50 years ago. Today. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. I've been here. Wait a minute. I've been here 31 years. I've been here 31 years. I've seen it, brother. I've seen. Yeah, I knew he was one. Then he was so. But wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you know that one of our judges, Jimmy Cool, I think, used to be a good old Republican, but in order to get reelected, they all went over to the Democratic Party because they knew. Yeah, I think Greg Griffin. Well, wait a minute. Greg Griffin used to be a good Republican. Now he's a Democrat because they know. I mean, yeah, I hear you. Is that the wait a minute? Is that the watering hole or the voting hole? What percentage of us vote? Let me ask you, what percentage? What percentage of black folks vote? I, it doesn't. Bring your own water. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, Georgia, the people who bring ballots after 12 o'clock at night. Saw the saw the video. Yes, sir. Okay. Hey, come early, baby. Come early. Come early. We don't need. Bring your own water. Bring your own water. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I just. Well, all I know is that if you start taking guns, the only people gonna have guns are the crooks. Yeah, yeah. Well, we got. Well, wait a minute. See, you just right. You said it right. You don't hear about it. We put everything. We put everything on TV and Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat. We do it all. We put it all there. Yes, sir. Yeah, 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 yeah. Again, the Constitution is what gives us the right to bear arms. What about it? Right, right. Which is, oh Lord, there we go with that again. Frederick Douglass explained that. Frederick Douglass explained, and we don't want to kill each other the way we're doing it. It is what it is. It's our neighborhoods that are worse off than everybody. Okay, listen. Okay, okay. Well, I just, okay. Yeah. Listen, we can talk later. We'll come. I understand. I got it. And we'll be back. All right, we'll be back.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A vigil in Allen, Texas, where the 8 people killed, among them children, in the latest mass shooting, this one at an outlet mall. Police say the gunman used an AR-15 style rifle, popular among mass shooters. Asked about banning them, Louisiana's Republican Senator Bill Cassidy tells CBS Mornings it's not the solution.
We have to recognize that we can ban these weapons, but there's millions already out there, and somebody can decide to obtain them illegally, probably can. So we need to stop that illegal transaction.
Police say the mall shooter had a neo-Nazi patch on his clothing. Police in Brownsville, Texas are searching for a motive after an SUV plowed into a crowd of people outside a migrant shelter, killing 8. Lieutenant Martin Sandoval.
There's reports that are going out that he was driving recklessly. There's others saying that he was intoxicated. There's others saying that he was intentional.
The suspect is in police custody at a local hospital. The government's pandemic-era policy allowing border officials to turn away migrants over COVID concerns expires this Thursday, and the Biden administration is bracing for an onslaught. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe is at the White House.
As Washington fights over what to do, border cities are bearing the brunt. The mayor of Laredo, Texas, says his city doesn't have the money needed to help care for the number of people expected to cross soon.
Thousands of people, it's going to be very devastating. So that is our concern right now.
Russia's launched a new barrage of drones into Ukraine. Pentagon correspondent Kenny McCormick.
The Ukrainians say they shot down 35 of the Iranian-made drones. Air raid sirens blared all night and again today. The Russians also used mortars, warplanes, and surface-to-air missiles in the attacks. Moscow, meanwhile, is preparing for its Red Square commemorations, marking the defeat of Nazi Germany in World War II, and has announced tight security measures.
A horrific end for a teenager in the South. CBS's Jim Kukula has the story.
A 17-year-old boy from southeastern Virginia died after being trapped under several feet of sand at the Cape Hatteras National Seashore on North Carolina's Outer Banks. Authorities who had been called by the teen's family found him buried in a hole he apparently had dug, and a adjacent sand dune collapsed into the hole.
Lizzo is still down for the count. She canceled the music for her show in Montreal last Thursday, then in Hartford, Connecticut Saturday, citing extreme flu-like symptoms. So far, Lizzo's still on for Baltimore tomorrow night. S&P futures are up 6. Dow futures ahead 89. This is CBS News.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their powerful hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. Right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
How do you win a cat's love? Here, kitty, kitty. Researchers at Paris Military University stationed themselves in a cat cafe to observe which human behaviors were most likely to win a feline's affections. They found the best way to woo a cat is to gaze into their eyes, blinking slowly, hold out your hand, and call their name while making affectionate noises. Do not do to a cat what a cat is likely to do to you, and ignore them. The French scientists say that leaves them feeling uncomfortable and frustrated. Vicky Barker, CBS News, London. There's new round of backlash over a beer company's decision to hire a controversial social media influencer. I got some Bud Lights for it. Hunter Bush's campaign spokesperson Dylan Mulvaney sent the company's market value plummeting. Now 5 Chicago gay bars say they're boycotting Anheuser-Busch for distancing itself from trans influencer Dylan Mulvaney. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News. Trustworthy, consistent, reliable. This is what we do. This is what listeners are saying about Janny Kane. It's super clean. From hospitals to schools, healthcare facilities, and stadiums. Our local companies provide the same quality clean at every level. Let us for 35 years of experience to work for you. Go to JannyKingCleans.com now. That's JANIKING Cleans.com. Franchise opportunities also available at JannyKingCleans.com.
Is the voice of the future. The audio adventure of this show on News Radio and on it.
And we're back. 860-1440 is the number here. I have got to find a little bit more about this. I'm pretty sure that it's not the legislator's desire to put people in jail for having somebody help them vote if they cannot do it themselves. So I'm pretty sure there's always more to the story. And I've sent Reed Ingram a text to kind of get him to call us. So we'll see. Let me see who's been waiting for a long time. This guy right here. Good morning. Thanks for holding. Good morning. Good fine. No, I got it. I have it. Yeah. I'm no, that's okay. I'm going to do like everybody else says. I'm going to assume the identity of a resident. Yeah, yeah, that's a good head. Yeah, yeah, I know you didn't. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a. I mean, everybody. Oh, okay. So you didn't. He wasn't there with you. Hmm. Right, for the advertisement, right. Right. Hmm. Well, that's retaliation going on down there for sure. And in California, all you gotta do is get a driver license to vote, and they're giving all kind of illegal driver licenses now. So, well, we've been pimped all over America. Yeah. Matter of fact, the guy said it cost they said it cost $1 trillion. But listen, if they start passing out the checks, I'm moving. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm going to identify as a yeah, but the way I see it, if you can claim that you're a girl and you're a man, then I'll be able to claim that I'm a California resident. Now, it depends on what I need to do when I get out there. Oh well, I'm just hanging out. No, I don't remember that. I don't know. Yeah, I hear you. All right, appreciate it. Good morning. Who's this? Pretty good. Oh, mm-hmm. Yeah, depending on which race it is, that's true. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Tell me, bro. Tell me. Yeah. Well, the water just a con. The water just a con. I mean, you can bring your own water, put it in your purse. It's just a con. That's all. Yeah. Well, that's true. Yeah, that's honest. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Definitely. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. But those are people who've never been anywhere but their own neighborhoods in Montgomery, Alabama. Who've never been outside the state. Yeah. So just, yeah. 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 I know. Yeah. That's what they say. Well, it's propaganda. I mean, it's propaganda. Yeah, it's propaganda. Well, let's not be too hard on them now. You know, how about a big how about a Big Mac? I mean, because once we start with the water, it's gonna be everything. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a yeah. Well, like I said, there's always more to the story than we initially hear, and so I sent my good friend Reed England a text, but he may be busy this morning. But I'll try. I'll get some. I'll go out and do an interview with him. We're gonna find out what this is all about. Hmm. And again, I appreciate. I knew there's always more to the story than we get told. Good morning. Yeah. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. Well, I appreciate it. Right, but I'm sure he has to vote on it. So I mean, I think they'll. Mm. What lie was that? Well, they all lied to us. I mean, yeah, they all lied. Yeah, they all lied. Okay. All right, I should do it. I should do. All right. Appreciate it. Who's next? Let me see. Let me see. Good morning. Morning. Probably not. Mm-hmm. But but what he was saying was the Taliban and all those folks, if your thumb or your finger had purple on it, that you could be killed for that because your ideology is different from theirs, and they're willing to do that to go vote. And in our community, 5 to 10% people vote, and that's it. Why we lying? Whoever it was, they were opposed to giving people the right to vote. You're right, but having their thumb indicates that they voted. Right. I don't know if they do it now, but they did put their lives were in danger by people who didn't want them to move. That's 1963. I'm with you, but not in this. Okay, not, well they do. That's true. Yeah, yeah. Mm. I don't care about some brick and dirt. I just don't care. Well, give me a Republican that's married. Well, again, it's irrelevant to me. These pieces of dirt and marble. I can care less. Yeah. Yeah, I don't belong to the Republican Party. No, no, I do not. Well, again, I vote for Democrats, and I vote for, but I vote mostly for Republicans. And philosophically, right? But I lean. Wait a minute. I lean right, but I ain't leaning all the way over. You know. Well, maybe so, but I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. And listen, I got to take my break first off. We shall return uno momento. Okay. When I come back, if I got the time, we're gonna go to Prattville, Alabama, to show some people, some parents over there are not too thrilled with LGBT literature in the library for small children. Listen to some of the parents over there. Yeah, yeah, they turning them around. The Democrats are turning everybody around. Prattville used to be the place where conservatives lived. Now it's been taken over by liberals. I don't know. Maybe move back to Montgomery soon.
soon.
Commission to order, please. Madam Secretary, would you please call roll?
Councilman Chambers?
Since we got married.
No, Randy, the baby chick.
Oh yeah, we're getting Rhode Island Reds, Americanas, Buff Orpingtons, and about 6 other different varieties.
Plus ducks, turkeys, geese, and guineas.
Hey, and raising chickens is a great family project.
And you get to look forward to fresh eggs.
Visit Prattville Farm Center at 1154 South Memorial Drive and pick up your hot chicks today.
Selecting the best choice for tires can be confusing with all the brands and options available. Trust the #1 rated tire pros in Montgomery at Chico's Auto Pros for your tire needs.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. That Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Josh, quote, "After walking around my whole life being a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navage. I read the directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my gosh, what a sensation. So much mucus, so much crud, but oh sweet, merciful air, I can finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life changer," unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
Sam, put your shoes on. We're headed to the doctor in 10 minutes. Okay, Mom. Hey, am I going to get a shot? Yes, it's time for your yearly vaccines. We have to make sure all your vaccines are up to date before you start back to school. You know, I have to provide a record with the day and year you got the vaccine to the school. Okay, but Mom, how many more years do I have to get these shots? At least until college.
Alabama law requires children of all ages to be up to date on their immunizations before attending school. Every child needs to be vaccinated against polio, diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, also known as whooping cough, measles, mumps, rubella, and chickenpox.
This is State Health Officer Dr. Scott Harris. For more information, visit our website, www.alabamapublichealth.gov.
This message brought to you by the Alabama Department of Public Health and this station.
He's the voice of the conservative millennial.
Ben Shapiro.
The Ben Shapiro Show, tonight at 8 p.m. on News Radio 1440. Depend on it.
Okay, we are back. I'm trying to get my audio thing done right here, but it don't look like it wants to do its thing. But I'm gonna get it. Let's take this call while I'm getting it. Good morning. Who's this? Yes. All righty then. Okay, I'm trying to get to a part here. This happened the other day at the. Okay, here we go, right here. And this is a lady who's complaining about it. Prattville's been under siege now. They're taking a bunch of libs over there, and they're trying to put all kind of LGBTQ crap in the library in kids sections. Okay, not grown folks section, but in the kids section. So let me see if I can get this going. Okay, let me see. Okay, all right, got the wrong one there. Let me go back to this one. Good morning, who's this? pretty good. And so that's the way you see that, huh? Okay. Mm. Okay. All right. Listen, again, I'm going to again. There's always more to the story than we know, and so let me play this right quick, and then we'll get back to that. And here's my part I was trying to get right. Here we go. Here we go. This is in front of the city council of Prattville the other day. They're putting all LGB crap in children's books in the library over there.
That have been showing up in our local library over the last year. They range from toddler books to young adult, which is considered 13 to 17. The children's books discuss concepts like gender nonconforming, gender as social constructs, including this book with the infant on the cover, transgenderism, and others that are developmentally inappropriate and confusing to young children. One book details a transitioning story of a young child who looks to be about 5 or 6 who decides she is no longer a girl but a boy. These books are filled with false ideas about gender and force children into inappropriate conversations about sexuality. Children are not sexual by nature, and in their formative years, when children should be reading books of virtue and character and adventure, instead are being bombarded with books that are politically driven. As parents, we should feel safe to send our kids to our local schools and our local libraries. And as adults, with or without children in this community, it should be our top priority to protect our most vulnerable, which is our children. Because of the time constraints, I have kept this strictly informative, but I have much to say on this issue. I am requesting a formal hearing on this matter. I have taken it upon myself, as well as other moms, to seek the process of the library to have these books removed or properly labeled and placed within parental access. We are in the process of doing that, but the library has denied removal and relocation for the first 6 books that we have submitted, but we have a lot more to submit in the future. I will end by reading this excerpt from one of the books that I came across as quickly as I possibly can.
Now, this is in Prattville. This is not Montgomery. This is Prattville.
And it's not like this is anything particularly new, but it feels new. It feels like we've been forced apart for a century, and this is our reunion, a mix of relief and desperation, both of us clinging to each other in his bed. And when Nick breaks away to kiss my neck, I just stop thinking entirely.
Now this is stuff in the kids section in Prattville Library. Anyway, there's some more suggested there's some more suggested language in this book too that I'm afraid I don't want to play it on the airwaves. But these are the things that are going on in our libraries and in our schools now. These are the things that I don't know. Oh, this is one of the city councilmen. Okay. Now this is a wuss guy right here. This is a wuss right here. Okay. I'm glad he don't represent me. There were 80 books there. Yeah, they got one. They got one brother up there on the city council. He just sitting there like he just don't know nothing's going on there. Anyway, so much for representation. But anyway, 860-1440 number. You want to give us a call up, talk to whatever on your mind. Good morning. Who's this? You got to turn your radio down. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Where's you gonna drive them? Oh, okay. Well, wait a minute. I'm talking about this thing about this library thing now. Forget that. I don't care about that. What do you think about having these kind of books in the library for your kids? Listen, if it happens over there, it's coming over here. Well, if one just goes, and has in a child section of the library, and they pick up a book like this propaganda for LGBTQ, AFG, whatever it is, that's bad. I mean, that's got nothing to do with learning. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's why we ain't watching them either. we, we're not watching none of them either. So, okay. But if I see it, it's gone. Yeah. No, but you don't give up. You don't. First of all, what does LGBTQ have to do with A, B, C, D, F, and G? How's that going to get you a job? Hey, brother. Yeah, well, that's what they say, but what has that got to, again, I'm trying to figure what in the world that got to do with getting a job and learning your ABCs, how to read, how to write, and all these things. What has that we are forcing our young kids now to deal with things that hell I still got a hard time dealing with. So why do we do this to our kids? And you wonder why they grow up and act crazy. Living in the last days. All right, appreciate it. Good morning. Yes. Really? Man. Right. All right. Well, I'll get it tomorrow, but I'll cut it. I'll cut it down and edit that sucker, put it on the airways. All right. Appreciate it. Well, basically, there are parents in Prattville who are going to book sections for kids in the Prattville library, and they got some of the most grotesque books in there, all dealing with sexuality for small kids. And these parents over there are raising holy sand about this. And the city council guy over there, well, I don't know if our job to tell the library what's been put in there. Okay, we want books that teach you to read, write, and get a job. That's it. Good morning. Yes. Yes. Right. Yeah, that's where it ought to go in the garbage can. I got to re-get this whole thing because there's a woman who came up after them telling me my child is gay. Well, that's your fault. Yeah. 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 And don't pray. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, this guy evidently had a history of really doing some pretty tough things to people, and so at first I had to, until I found out a little more about the story. Listen, he was trying to help the people on the bus. I've seen people on them subways up there just come in and attack people. So yeah, so I give it. Yeah. Mm, yeah, that's true. Mm, same train of thought. Absolutely. Hey, appreciate it, man. I gotta take this last call to take a break, and I'll have this. I'll have better audio on this thing tomorrow. Good morning. Who's this? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, 2 year child. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Appreciate it. Good morning. Who's this? Yes. Well, I just want to know where in the federal law does it say you have to show kids, adolescent kids, about sexuality, about two men in the bed. I don't. All right then. All right. Listen. I agree. I agree. Stop taking the money. But where in the law does it say you have to deal with this? That's true too. Yeah, yeah. I guess you do. All right then. With that, let's take a break. 8:44 in the morning. We'll be back. We're gonna pray for you, Pratt. But here's the thing about it. We are supporting a philosophy that, for all intents and purposes, eliminates the American species, the human species. Eliminate it. Put two guys in a room. Come back 10 years from now. What you gonna have? Yeah, two guys in a room. Put a man and a woman in a room. You may come back with a couple of kids there. So why would we support something that annihilates, diminishes the life of of the human species. Biologically, it makes no sense. Socially, it makes no sense. I don't get it. You cannot, two women cannot create a child, something to carry on the legacy. So why? I mean, and after all, if we do it the way they want to do it, then won't nobody be here to read a book. We'll be back.
Enjoy. Internet without trackers. Internet without malicious websites. Internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. You have CyberSafe. Take advantage of our special offer now at NordVPN.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
From living a life you love, the good feet stores are supposed to designed to improve performance and eliminate the deep need for back pain. Stop into your local good feet store today for a free personalized fitting and testing.
My name is Cindy Gordon. We're retired, and this is how we're making out. We started the volunteer at our United Way, because as we know, our lives everybody thinks we're doing it. I say we're doing the right thing by we're Thomas City Children. We volunteer in the community through health fund. We don't just wear insurance. We live it.
Care, advocate, volunteer, live in it. We live behind it. That's the way
I'm too lucky. My mom is stronger than anyone I've ever known. Pull up a night even after my heart failure diagnosis, she became stronger. My family supports you strong. Together, we're rising above possibility.
I feel it. Let's be free. So it was about that.
a doctor.
Okay, so tomorrow, I didn't realize you guys couldn't hear it, so I'm going to edit it and make sure it's palatable to the ear tomorrow, so you can hear this stupidity. First of all, here's the one thing here's the part that just kind of gets me in this LGBTQ world. Here's my problem. Okay, they do realize that if the whole world was LGBTQ, there would be no world left because the people would be all gone. Okay, you cannot extend life if you don't have kids. I mean, so what are we actually trying to eradicate the human species? Although we're doing a pretty good job in some areas. So ultimately, logically, it makes no sense to push this agenda because it means the eradication of human beings. There are some human beings that might, need to go. That ain't up to me to decide. So it just logically, this is a lust, I guess, for another person like you. Again, yeah, logically, and we it is there's no it's without reason. It is without reason. You cannot continue the human species if you don't have male and female interaction. Yeah, it makes no sense. Good morning, who's this? What? Oh, the lady who's head of the whatever called the cooperative district, whatever, won't be able to. They're on vacation, so they won't be back until next week. So we expect to have them next Monday. Well, that's all. Well, first of all, if it does what they say it's going to do, we'll be getting people coming here paying the price, paying the toll. I don't know. Listen, let's not boo-hoo before we try. Okay? We need something to bring. I appreciate it. We need something to bring things to Montgomery side just race. Good morning. Yes. Yeah. I am. Whatever. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, I'll do that. Appreciate it. I appreciate the call. Let me take this because I'm running shortly out of time. Good morning. Good morning. Who's this? Yes. I'm doing fine. Yeah, that's the only purpose of it. Okay. It ain't for me to understand it. It's your opinion. I do have a, because it's permeating it is permeating every aspect of our society. You can't turn on TV now. We selling beer now with a guy who thinks he's a girl. It's permeating everything. Murder's been happening ever since Cain and Abel. I don't have a problem with listen. I don't have a problem with folks who think they're gay. I ain't got no problem with that. But when you tell me that you are a woman and we know you're a man, there's where my problem is. Who you like is up to you. What is a lie? It is an intentional. It is an intentional thing to deceive. Again, though, that's not my call. No. I can give an opinion on it, but I don't know all this. I don't know all the nuances and the circumstances. Again, we're not familiar with everything that surrounds that story. Yeah, that's evil. All right. Good morning. Who's this? Okay, then. Well, let me get another call. Good morning. Who's this? Yes. Uh, three. No, I decided. Yeah, I decided. I said that boy doesn't. Mhm. Right. Yeah, but you do know that okay. Okay. I gotta run. Right there. It's almost impossible. Logic and reason is no in the pro. Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
HD3 FM in Montgomery, a Cumulus media station.
Raymond Yorkson here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it.